All right. Now we'll continue discussing about the different branches of psychology. To recap what we did discuss last week, psychology actually is a product of philosophy. And since philosophy is really a wide area of study, there are so many controversies that give rise to psychology, like we discuss about the nature nurture controversy and so on. Psychologists would always be there in order to understand, explain, and predict human behavior. That's basically why we are here. No, we need to understand, we need to explain, understand, and predict human behavior. If you can predict human behavior, you could predict things from happening, right? Like in the case of criminals, no? Why is it that some of the law enforcement agencies would always get the services of psychologists? One basic idea is that these psychologists would come out with profiles that would explain the future moves of the criminals. So in that case, they would prevent them from committing crimes, like in the cases of terrorist attacks. Psychologists are always in the work with other law enforcement agencies in order to prevent crime from being, let's say, perpetrated by criminals and other terrorist groups. We'll discuss about that as we go on. Now, psychologists are working in all areas, particularly in hospitals, healthcare facilities, education, industries, in the community, and even they conduct one-on-one service with an individual, just like in the case of psychotherapies. All right. Moving forward, I will give you one. The first one. This is the widely practiced area of psychology that every psychologist would actually dream to get. No, the clinical psychology. Right. Now, clinical psychology is a very important aspect of psychology. Why? Because here we are going to treat problems, psychological problems in that case. Now, normally they have advanced degrees in psychology. What is the meaning of advanced degrees? Not only master's degree. You cannot call yourself a clinical psychologist if you have a master's degree only. You should have also master's doctorate degree. And there are so many, as I mentioned to you earlier, that was on our first meeting. You should have at least a PhD, an EDD, or a doctor of psychology to call yourselves psychologists. Specifically in clinical psychology, you should have to have this doctoral degree. Okay? Why they are very important in healthcare services? Now, they help people with mental and emotional problems. In short, they are already equipped with principles in order to deal with people who do have mental health issues and emotional problems. No, in order to understand better the clients, they should actually stick to specific principles and theory that we are learning in psychology in order to help this individual who do have problems. The clinical psychologist must receive training in intellectual and psychological testing that is used to make diagnosis. You see, the clinical psychologists are always based in the hospital. They should know how to make assessment. They should know how to assess the patients. The assessment of patients must not only be based on observations. Sometimes clinical psychologists must always give psychometric tests to individuals. These psychometric tests can actually define the psychological problems that the patient may have. And based from this psychological tests, we can design some of the therapeutic intervention that may help the patient. But normally, we do not give medications. We do only psychological interventions. They're working side by side with psychiatrists. So if you will go to Alamal Hospital next year, or if you have visited already a psychiatric hospital in Safe Hospital, the psychiatrists are working side by side with psychologists, no, in order to help patients recover from their mental health issues. So they're called doctors also because they have doctorate degrees. All right. Psychiatrists is different from clinical psychology, but the bottom line is both clinical psychologists and psychiatrists are working with people who do have mental disorders. So look at this now. Psychiatrists are trained medical doctors. In short, they have MBBS, they have MD. They are called doctors first. No? After the medical degree, they would be trained for 5 years. They would be specialized for 5 years in order to treat patients with mental disorders. You cannot go to psychiatry if you have no medical degree. You have to become a doctor first before you can be allowed to train in psychiatry. After that, you are allowed to treat patients already with mental disorders. So psychiatrists are always using psychotropic drugs. This is in difference with psychologists who use psychotherapy sessions or psychotherapeutic treatments and interventions. We do not use drugs. Psychiatrists prescribe drugs in a way. Another service provider would always be psychiatric nurses. Now, as I mentioned to you, they are different from clinical psychologists, but they are working with people who do have mental disorders also. Now, what is the main difference between psychiatric nurses, psychiatrists, and at the same time psychologists? No, psychiatric nurses are in principle dealing with people who do have mental illness. Now, being a nurse, we cannot prescribe medications. We have a standard nursing training first. Before becoming psychiatric nurses, we have to be nurses first. No? Then after that, we have to be trained in psychiatric nursing before we can actually take care of people who do have mental disorders. No? They have additional training for patients who do have emotional problems. They always work in medical clinics, in hospitals, and from time to time, they may be found in the community because in the community, we recognize the fact that there are people who are undiagnosed. So psychiatric nurses, together with community psychiatrists and community psychologists, are working with people who may have undiagnosed problems. As of now, like for instance, COVID-19, the effect of pandemic to people is unthinkable. You see, there are so many fears, anxieties, and people would not actually would be constrained to do things. No, so sometimes in our culture they do not approach psychiatrists. So community psychologists, community psychiatrists, and community psychiatric nurses recognize this, and there may be people who would go to them, and this group of professionals would actually help. No, they're very useful in the community. Another one, of course, we do have psychiatric and clinical social workers. You see, these psychiatric and clinical social workers are always working in behalf of the patient in order to connect these patients with the outside world, with the society, particularly the family members. They have combined training in social work with specialized knowledge related to treatment and advocacy of the well-being of emotionally disturbed people in the larger community. They bridge the patients to the community. You see, come to think of it, there are so many patients who are actually just dumped in the psychiatric ward or in the mental hospital because they are unwanted. No? Why they are unwanted? There is always seemingly a stigma attached to mental health issues. Like for instance, if you have a relative who is mentally ill, sometimes there could be stigma to what you do not know what to do. So chances are you could actually seek the help of mental health professionals. No? Hello. Yes. Yes. Sometimes this is actually the problem when you have this online teaching. You see, there is no personal contact with your students, right? And sometimes I do not see your reaction anyway. So, as I mentioned to you, you see, chances are if you have chances are if you have mental health patients in your family, there could always be stigma attached to it. If you do not know what to do, you just leave them in the psychiatric hospital. And there are so many cases like this. Sometimes the patients do not have relatives anymore to accept them. Once that they are done with the psychiatric ward or psychiatric hospital, they will be forgotten. Now, what happens if they are treated? You see? So this is where your social worker will actually come in. The social worker will connect the patients with any existing family member in the community. So they will be the one who will be tracing the family members of this patient so that the patient may actually be discharged to them. That is their job. So from now, you see, any questions so far? All right. Moving forward, hello class, can you hear me? There seems to be no reaction. Okay, very good. Yeah.
Yes, doctor, we can hear you.
All right. So the next area of psychology will be specific psychotherapists, which we may call psychoanalysts. No, psychoanalysts. What have you heard of this specialty in psychology? The most common psychoanalyst, of course, is Sigmund Freud. If you know that, no. So psychoanalysts are trained psychologists, trained psychotherapists who utilize or who adopted the principles that were proposed by Sigmund Freud. Okay, they utilize the strategies that were proposed by Sigmund Freud. They believe in Sigmund Freud. That's the reason why they call themselves psychoanalysts. No, uh, what are they doing? So the psychoanalysts always look into the unconscious component of the mental disorders because chances are all our behaviors could actually be dictated by our experiences in the past. See, we are shaped by our experiences in the past. If you have some troubles in the past, if you have some problems in the past that were unresolved, it would always be there in the unconscious, dictating, dictating what you are going to do in the present. So that is actually the thing. You see? So what do they do? What does psychoanalysts do? They connect you with the past so that you come to terms with the past and you solve your unfinished business in the past so that you will become a functional human being already. So this is the thing. I'll explain to you more about this as we go on. You see? That's the reason why initially I mentioned to you, no two person must have or will have similar personality, even though your brothers or your sisters, because you treat different experiences differently. See, sometimes you could have jealousy, sometimes you could be hurt by what your parents or how your parents treated you in the past. It could always be in the unconscious that could have actually dictated how you behave right now. That is the work of psychoanalysts. We have to connect the present to your past. How do we connect? Very easy. Sometimes we utilize hypnotherapy because the realm of the unconscious is actually very wide. It's very difficult to look into. Nonetheless, you can bring the patient into his past. There are so many. One of that, of course, is hypnotherapy. Regression technique, we can actually do that as we go on. Another very important area of psychology is counseling psychology. They have advanced degrees in psychology. Now, you see, if you would like to connect with people, if you have some simple problems, you may go to your friends. But if you have problems that could have influenced your daily behavior, it's necessary for you to go to a counseling psychologist. In the university, we have Miss Carol, of course, I'm here also, I can do counseling. Why is it? What makes it different? You see, if you have some friends, normally, if you have some problems, normally you go to your friends. You just talk to them. But chances are, if you go to them, they will not help. They cannot help. They may not help, of course, no? Why? Because they do not know the principle of how to do counseling. Most of the time, they will just give you advice, but they do not counsel. See, this is one point that we are learning in psychology. In order to counsel, you should know how to listen. See, so how do you listen? This is the most difficult thing to do. Listening to the problems of anybody or somebody without opening your mouth. As a counselor, this is necessary. No, you close your mouth, you open your ears. In 1 hour, can you do that? I believe it's very difficult. If you go to your friends, before you open your mouth and tell your problems, they have already opened your mouth or opened their mouths and give you so many advices. That's not counseling. That's not even advising. That may not help. In counseling, you see, the principle behind counseling psychologists that we believe that we are helping patients by helping them to solve their own problems. Mamaya na may klase ako. By helping the patients solving their own problems. So this is what we have here, okay? Now, why is that? Why is it so? The solution of the problem of every single individual may always be rested on an individual. It can only be solved by them. You see, now how do we do that? We provide mirror to the patient. That's how counseling psychologists work. We provide mirror. They tell us what do they feel, and then we always reflect. So eventually, at the end of the session, the patient may solve their own problem already. Okay? Normally, they help people with educational, vocational merits, health, and other important life decisions. Chances are sometimes we do marriage counseling from time to time. We do health counseling, but marriage is actually very difficult. No, vocational is actually very difficult also because we deal with life-changing decisions, particularly when you are in high school, when you are deciding to get your degree, to get your course. What course do you want? You see? So this is the thing, no? And of course, there are other things like, for instance, personal problems. Let's say unplanned pregnancy. In Western countries, it's a big problem. In my country, it's a big problem. What are they going to do with that unplanned pregnancy? So definitely they would be bothered. And counseling psychologists may actually help. Eventually, they help these patients, no? They are trained in psychotherapy and some types of psychological testing. Counseling may not take place in one session. There will always be a process. In the end, I believe I'm going to teach you how to do counseling because it's very important. As a nurse, you should know how to conduct counseling. Okay? May not be on the level of counseling psychology, but at least you should know how to counsel. I will teach you the stages and I will teach you how to conduct it. Another very important area that's very new to psychology is forensic psychology. See, um, in forensic psychology, we're very helpful in the judicial system. See, like for instance, this is usually employed, if a person would actually have committed a crime, if a person committed a crime, for instance, no? So one of the defense that they would always do is that is insanity defense. No, I committed this crime because I'm insane. During the time of commission of the crime, I am I am mentally ill, right? Or say they would actually tell bluntly, I have mental illness. So who would say that? Of course, the judge. Hello. Yeah, boss. I have a class. Can you just take from like pharmacy? I have delivery there. Yeah. Yeah, I cannot get out because I have a class. Huh? Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So they from time to time they provide consultations in the criminal justice system. They decide, and of course, other than that, they work in law enforcement agencies. Just like what I mentioned to you earlier, mostly they are working in FBI, in CID, in other investigative bodies. All right, the forensic psychology. They study also. You see, they study a lot. No, they profile people. They study criminal minds. They have to look into the mind of the criminals. Why is it that they committed that? And from time to time, they give advices to judicial system. They will say the judge may actually ask, "Is this person really insane?" See, they may not consult psychiatrists. They may consult forensic psychologists. And you say yes, then of course the judge will decide accordingly. So they are very helpful in the judicial system, right? Of course, they are trained psychologists. Now, another area of psychology is industrial and organizational psychology. No? These psychologists study people's behavior in the workplace using a combination of social, cognitive, and motivational psychology, right? As well as psychological testing. In a very big company like Google, like Facebook, we should know the profile of our employees or their employees. They should know the profiles of their employees. Now, how do they utilize industrial and organizational psychology? You see, what do they do? I will summarize it this way. Industrial and organizational psychologists are in charge with hiring, training, and firing people in a big industry, in a big organization. You see, you are going to accept people who will join the organization. Therefore, it's necessary that they are going to be screened. Now, screening takes in so many steps. The process of accepting an individual to join the workforce in your organization may actually be in several steps, with various steps. No, they give psychological tests first. At least, normally the psychological testings are combination of three psychological tests. Number one, IQ test. Number two, personality test. Number three, intelligence test. Normally, these three tests are given to those people who are attempting to join your organization. And this can be given by the industrial or organizational psychologists because they screen people to join the organization. Now, Why is it that they need to screen first in terms of personality test? No, they must have to make it sure there is no perfect organization, by the way. So they have to make it sure that the person or an employee that they are actually going to select can fit in the group. You see? So there is specific personality that they choose. Number two, in terms of intelligence test, at least the person to be selected may actually be with average intelligence. See, they have to do a job. At least they have to be average. That means to say their IQ is 100 or within that range. Maybe they would not prepare to have a genius in the organization, or of course, they may not actually prepare a person below average. No, they would like to choose a person who has average intelligence because they can be trained. Because after that, once they are selected and they are going to make it sure that the person that they are going to select is not mentally ill. This is coming out from the projective test that actually be given by this industrial and organizational psychologists. Now, their work is actually very, very broad and very general in a way. No? After accepting an individual in their organization, now they are in charge to train them. So that's the reason why they conduct series of seminars, they conduct series of training. So after that, they will be observed. No, if the person that they hired would be at par with their expectations. No, then after that, they will decide. They have to evaluate the performance of the employee before they are going to decide to fire them. So that's why they recommend that this employee who are actually not at par with their general criteria or category of exemplary employee may be fired from their job. So they recommend the firing of an employee also. That is the job of industrial and organizational psychologists. So usually we can find them in human resource department. A lot of them are employed there. Okay? Any questions so far? Class, do you follow me? Hello?
Yes, we
Okay,
are
good.
following you.
All right. So another area of psychology that's actually very important is ergonomy. What is the meaning of ergonomy in psychology? You see, in a big industry, we utilize a lot of equipment. So we utilize a lot of equipment. We make it sure that all this equipment can easily be, let's say, operated by a hired employee. So an ergonomist would always facilitate the design of machinery and equipment so that average user may operate it. They may not actually come out with a very complicated machine. It will always eat timing of your employees. Just like nurses, see, most of the equipment that we have in the hospitals are designed, but of course, by biomedical engineers with the help of ergonomists, because they're making it sure that the design of the equipment that they would actually provide in the hospital would be easily used by an average user. That's why when you see something there, maybe 1 hour of training, you can easily operate that, like in the case of ECG machine. Okay, so 1 hour of training, 2 hours of training, you can easily use that. No, there are so many, all the equipment that we are using in the company, in the factory, in the industry, are always helped by ergonomists. Okay, so these are some of the questions that you could actually come out with. How can you design a clerical workstations to improve or minimize the possibility of employees sustaining repetitive stress related injuries? I'll give you an example of a very effective design of an ergonomist. Everybody could actually have seen McDonald's, and most probably some of you here have actually toured McDonald's. No, the McDonald's kitchen is an example of ergonomic design. Every station has a purpose. Every station is designed to maximize the movement and the timing of every worker there. You see? Although it's very narrow, the passes could be narrow, but at least the employees in the kitchen of McDonald's would actually work properly. They have almost similar design in all McDonald's restaurants. You see them, they're all similar, you see, because these are all designed properly by ergonomists. No, be designed that in order to maximize the working capacity of the employees and at the same time minimize injury and accident. That's ergonomics. Okay. Moving forward, school psychologists. I am trained in school psychology. You see, other than clinical psychology and nursing, I am a school psychologist. I took this in my master's degree. What do we have in school psychology? You see, a psychologist who are classified as school psychologists will always work in the school. They have the expertise to assist and help individuals who do have some behavioral problems in the school, usually high school, you see, and school is children like elementary children, no? I have so many note experiences, the skate classes, you know, they do sort of impossible things in the school. Now, as school psychologists, we have to make it sure that we are going to help each other. You know why? We believe in our community of school psychology, we believe that once that we are going to make a wrong move on school children, we are going to destroy the lives of these children. And there are so many things, there are so many people who are destroyed because the decision of the teachers may not actually be paramount consideration in terms of the welfare of the students. Sometimes let's say, suspending the students, expelling the students, or giving punishment to the students. We have to be very careful in doing that. We design some punishment. All right, we design some sort of how we are going to help students. No, we specialize in psychological conditions of students from kinder up to grade 12. No, school psychologists use combinations of developmental learning and motivational principles, as well as educational and psychological tests to create educational plans for individual students. So you will see a lot, no? I work in school who are exclusively for boys and for girls. You see, the culture of school like that would actually very, you see, that's why I always recommend that a school must always be um, made up of boys and girls. There must be coexistence between boys and the girls, because you see, in my experience, I think that was 15 years ago. I was working in all girls school. See, sometimes girls me have some relationship with other girls. No, how do we solve that? And of course, this relationship would always be maintained secret because the family members do not want it. So what would we do? We process the two girls so that they will realize where they are. We help them in such a way they come, they can actually accept the reality, so that we will involve also their parents eventually. And then with the type of let's say therapy that we did with these students, they have grown up to be very good citizens, no? Very good people. Other people turn out to be doctors, no? See? A one-room move when you're going to discipline school-age children will destroy the life. We are going to be very careful about this. Other people, you will be surprised, no? Other people, why is it that students who belong to the rich family would steal? There are so many things like that, no? So we found out that they are just actually getting our attention, the attention of the authorities, the attention of the family members. They do not intend to steal, but they are stealing in order to get the attention of their family members and the school authorities. You see, these are some of the things that I experienced as school psychologists. Now, maybe they could have stolen also handphones. You know, where they are hiding the stolen iPhone, the stolen cell phones or handphones. They would hide that in the toilet, in the water tank of the toilet bowl. You see, we usually find so many cell phones there. Yeah. Of course, eventually we would always discover who could have stolen those things, and we did not expel them, but we gave them series of counseling. So eventually, they were helped. Eventually, they became good citizens in the country. All right. Sample questions here. No. Does a fourth grade student's declining grades indicate the presence of learning disability or an emotional problem? You see, we encounter so many people like that. No. Students who cannot study or who do have very low performance in the class. So how do we solve that? How do we help them? So let's say when we started helping people, it turns out that they would always have family problems. The attentions of the parents will not actually be given to them. No, normally it's just like that. Simple solution: we conduct family therapy. No, we invite the family members, we invite the parents, and we conduct family sessions. Within 3 or 4 sessions, we're able to solve the problem of the patient or of the student. Eventually, these students became good, no students. Psychologists are also engaged in teaching and research. Teaching and research. Research is very important. You see, most teaching psychologists are working in colleges and universities, no, including me, no. Uh, as a psychologist, it's my duty also to teach students. No, most psychologists who teach also are engaged in research. Now, if you are a teacher, we cannot accept the fact that you just utilize the knowledge generated by others. As a teacher, you should also generate your own knowledge. You contribute to the knowledge of to the body of knowledge that you have already, that you are using already. How do you contribute to the body of knowledge that you are using? First, you actually need to do your research. You publish from time to time, and eventually you can contribute to the body of knowledge that you are using. Now, some psychologists are also employed in full-time research positions. There are colleges like that. Uh, anyway, I'll give you 15 minutes break. Can we meet at exactly 10:35? Okay. All right. So we will have a break first. Then we meet at 10:35. Okay. Because my class is actually continuous. Thank you. Break first.
Doctor?
Hello. Shall we start now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you. So we'll continue. I have to rest also because from 8:30 I am online already with some other students from other classes. Anyway, as I was sharing a while ago, now as a psychologist, you are not just actually going to utilize the knowledge generated by others, no? If you are in the university, for instance, just like what we are doing here, you see, if you are going to teach, it's necessary that you have to contribute also to the body of knowledge that you are teaching your students. That means to say, you can only do that by conducting research. Research, looking into something new, and so that you can contribute to the body of knowledge that you have. So that is actually the main duty of some psychologists who are working full time in the university. You see, in other universities, particularly in Harvard, in University of Chicago, there are full time psychologists or working merely on experiments and experimental research. They conduct experiments, no, so that they can come out with research paper that eventually would be published on in journals, respectable journals or books, and eventually to be utilized by teachers like us. So these are some of the areas where we are working, teaching and research. Teaching and research must always go side by side. Now, for instance, you as nurses to be, I believe others would like to become teachers also, not only a nurse in the clinical setting. Others would become teachers. You do not just teach for the sake of teaching. You have to come out with new knowledge, a knowledge that's generated by you, so that you can contribute to the scientific knowledge that you have, to the body of knowledge that you have been using, so that other people may use what you have generated. That's exactly why is it that when you teach, research must also be necessary. So teaching and research are always combined. So we call these psychologists as academic psychologists, teaching psychologists, research psychologists, okay? as, me know, as you may know. All right. Moving forward, these are some of the major psychological areas of research that they are actually delving or doing into. No, developmental psychology. This is a very, very tedious psychological work and a specialty. The work is actually very splendid, but it is very tedious, very tiring. You know why? Because they are conducting research comparing the life stages from one stage to another. No, so a developmental psychologist would study how behavior, personality, and performance that will change through time, from time to time. So as I mentioned to you earlier, as we grow old, our behaviors are changed. Our behaviors are improving. Our personality are also going to improve. We have different types of personality types. You see? So it is going to improve. These types of personalities will have to be improved. That's the thing, no? We are so that what the developmental psychologists would do would be to study every stage of development. No, they are going to study the development of a child in transition to um, let's say adulthood, then going into late adulthood, and so on and so forth. No. So some of the basic questions that they would always answer when they conduct the research and study would be, what do people do or know as adults that they do not know as children? So there is a point of comparison. They have to study the transition from one stage to another. Is this due to biological change? So they have to look into the anomalies, look into changes in biology, changes brought by experiences, or a combination of biological changes and experiences, whether their behaviors are influenced by some other things, no, other stuff, no, that could have possibly influenced the change displayed by an individual, no? So that's the meaning of developmental psychologists. So they have to follow. The research is very difficult because they have to follow. Let's say, for instance, they have started studying the development of patient A. They have to follow that until such time that patient A will reach late adulthood, no, or old age, childhood, adolescence, then adulthood, middle, late, then after that, old age. So they have to compare. So that's the reason why some psychologists are actually coming out with the description specific to every stage of human development. Like, for instance, we have Eric Erickson, the 8 stages of human development. It's the work of developmental psychologists. Like in the case of John Piaget, no? So that's the psychologists studied the characteristics of each group. We have also Sigmund Freud, the oral, anal, phallic, latency, and genital states. No, so that's exactly what the developmental psychologists actually would do. They study the changes that take place from every stage to another. All right. Another major psychological research that the researcher in psychology would actually go to would be on learning and motivations. No, a learning or motivation psychologist will investigate how behavior relates to outcomes, this time of past behaviors and to current behaviors. So we have to make a connection between the past behaviors and current behaviors. Usually we have to look into that, not particularly in terms of learning experiences of an individual. So the work of educational and school psychologists are actually looking into this. Why is it or how would a student learn? You see, right now, for instance, what are we doing here? No, we are conducting online learning. It may not be perfect, but at least it will be very helpful. We are going to make a comparison between online and a classroom teaching. What could be the better practice? Then we can actually make a conclusion. Our past experiences of classroom teaching, then the present experiences of online teaching. So obviously, when we are going to synthesize information that will actually be gotten from these two experiences, we can come up with something. Are we effective in teaching online or not? All right, or the students are very effective in learning online or not? These are some of the questions that can be asked. No, compare the actual online teaching with the classroom teaching. No, or let's say, for instance, we have to look into grades. We have to look into some, let's say, strategies that we do in the classroom. These are some of the sample questions that we can actually ask. Do predictable rewards produce better learning than less consistent rewards? Like, for instance, what are the reward system that we are actually giving to our students? Basically, we can give only one that is tangible, your grades. No, these are the reward systems that we can actually give to the students. So is giving A plus or A students will motivate the students to study more? Are we going to produce better result? Something like that. So research would actually show, if you're going to read research pertaining to grades to the students, research would always show that grades may not actually be a guarantee that a student learned something from the classroom. In short, it does not affect studies. It does not affect learning somehow, right? Moving forward, no? Cognitive psychology is another one. Now, this is an area of psychology where psychologists would study how an individual thinks. No, a cognitive psychologist will study the process of thinking and how you acquire knowledge. No, this is somehow difficult also because you have to make connections between two things, two variables. Now, sample questions that may be asked: what do experts in the field know or do that sets them apart from other people? You see, right now, how are we going to study how you think? So this is actually very difficult. Then later on, we can come up with conclusion, and these conclusions will lead us to believe on the predictable outcome. like the most famous experiment on marshmallow, no? Marshmallow experiment. So in the marshmallow experiment, the psychologists would actually give marshmallow to a group of children, no? Then they would actually come out, they would actually predict who would eat first the marshmallow, something like that, okay? So basically, there is a science that deals with how an individual thinks, but only few people actually do this, no? In the areas of educational psychology, sometimes they would actually venture into this area also because it's necessary that we have to know how an individual thinks and how you're actually going to process the acquisition of knowledge that you may actually have. Educational psychologists may actually be looking into this also. Okay, moving forward, another area is on biological psychology or neuroscience. No, biological psychologists will have to explain the behavior in terms of biological factors. We have to look into this, such as anatomy, electrical and chemical activities in the nervous system, and the effects of drugs, hormones, genetics, and evolution. So we have to have the connection. We have to understand the connection of neurons on how an individual thinks. So we have to look into this, no? The connection of the biological aspect of an individual in terms of nervous system to how you are going to generate your behavior and personality. No? Sample questions that may derive on this specialty, on this specific area of research would be how does brain damage from drug abuse change the nervous system functioning, or by extension, or the behavior? You see, you have to look, no? Like, let's say, for instance, an individual who encountered an accident and that individual had spinal cord injury or head injury. So what do you expect from that particular individual? Chances are you can already predict what would be the outcome. No? How would that person would actually behave in a way? Another very basic example is if a person have some sort of infection in the brain, meningitis or typhoid fever. No? So meningitis, let's say viral or bacterial meningitis, eventually you could predict what would happen to that particular individual, right? So these are some of the areas that we have to look in. We find the connection between the biological aspects, in that case, the nervous system, to your behavior. No? All right. Moving forward, evolutionary psychology. One of the most famous results of evolutionary psychology is the explanation of how an individual needs sleep. No? So we'll look into that when we tackle awareness, consciousness, and sleep. Now, this is very important because in evolutionary psychology, it will only try to explain the behavior of the people in the past that people adapt right now. Like, for instance, why is it that you retire in the evening? Anybody? Class, no? This is a very challenging question, a simple question yet challenging. Why is it that maybe 6, 7, or 8 o'clock in the evening, when it's dark already, you ought to be home? Can you explain that? Anybody from the class? Yes, sure.
Can I answer? I think in our body there is a system.
Okay.
So it has a biological time in our body. So it decide that the morning will be we will be active, very active. So
All right. Very good.
after evening we got tired. So because of
Mhm.
maybe biological time in our body system.
You call that a circadian rhythm. Anyway, okay, the biological clock is called circadian rhythm, right? Anyway, a very good one. Okay, who else would like to answer me? Why is it that immediately at night time you ought to go home, you ought to retire. And parents are looking for you everywhere, maybe calling you and so on and so forth. Very good answer. Who answered a while ago so that I will acknowledge you? Mariam, right?
Yes, Mariam Hassan.
Mariam Hassan, very good, no? Who else would like to answer that question? Why is it that in the evening it's dark already, you need to go home and your parents start to look for you? They call you, you know what I mean. You have to go home. You see,
I think
Raman.
this thing is a habit. It's like
Yes.
it's like human nature, you know? Like at the
Mhm.
night, the only thing you can think about it is, going to your bed and taking a rest. And
Mhm.
yeah, so I think it's human nature. I think it's like a habit for humans.
Yeah. Very important term that you mentioned is human nature. Very good. No. Now, I will give you an explanation. Very simple explanation why we retire at night. You see, our ancestors. Imagine there is no line. Imagine that we are living in a crude environment. You see, there is no electricity. What did our ancestors do? See, our old ancestors, the earlier human beings. Normally, these ancestors would actually be awake in the morning. Why? Because they would hunt. But in the evening, what would happen to them? Definitely, they would be hunted, isn't it? In the morning, they are predators. In the evening, they become prey, right? So what do they normally do? They would retire in caves, isn't it? There is no fire yet. Before the invention of fire, what would you do? Evening, dark. So definitely, in order to protect themselves, they have to retire in the cave. So that is actually the reason why at night they are in the cave and they have nothing to do. They have to sleep. It becomes a habit. So that is the relationship of what Rama actually mentioned. And that becomes human nature. That's what Mariam actually mentioned. It becomes a habit. It becomes a part of us. That is the product of evolutionary psychology. We have to look into the behavior in the past that we are actually looking into the future, right? So that's basically what we learn from evolutionary psychology. That's how we explain why is it that at night everybody wants to be home and your parents would actually look for you everywhere. It's not just because you would like to sleep, it's just because your parents are very worried about you. You see, about your safety. You are not there at night, so they look for you. You should be there at night already because it's evening. So we learned that from our ancestors because supposed to be at night time, we have to be home and we have to be safe at home. That is the only place where we are actually safe. That is the product of evolutionary psychology. See, there is explanation of all the behaviors that we have based from the experiences of our ancestors. No? So an evolutionary psychologist will try to explain the behavior in terms of natural selection, the pressures that will promote behaviors that lead to success in reproduction and survival. No? The basic question that will be asked by evolutionary psychologists would be, what forces lead to selection for human language abilities also in that case? Another one, I mentioned earlier, sleep. Then second, communication, language. Language is a product of evolution. And we ought to learn the association of this behavior, the language as we know of, to the behaviors that we are displaying in the present. Isn't it? Before, maybe the invention of letters, that was not yet there. They have to communicate in a way. Our ancestors will have to communicate in a way by simple sound, by simple action. Then eventually all this develop into language that we know. And this language becomes part of us. So that's a product of evolutionary psychology. These are all things. These are all things that could actually influence the behavior that we have, isn't it? So is that very clear? We ought to know that. The evolutionary psychologists will have to look into that. Other than physiological changes, there are behavioral aspects that we have to explain, and that behavioral changes would actually be attributed to our connection in our past, the evolution. What do you? How do you explain why is it that you survive? Your species survive right now. See, our previous co-species like the dinosaurs have been eliminated. Why is it that human beings survive up to this time? What could be? What could be the trigger? What could be the forces that lead to the survival of human species? See? Things like that. So these are some of the questions that evolutionary psychologists would actually look into. So as I mentioned to you earlier, psychology is a very broad science that ought to study the basis of all human behaviors. Not only human behaviors, but animal behaviors also. When we are going to engage in the study of animal behavior, we are already conducting or engaging ourselves in comparative psychology because we have to compare animal to human behavior. So it's just like that. There are so many psychologists that are actually coming up right now, as I mentioned to you. Yesterday, last meeting, there could be already, I mentioned to you that there could be a new established psychological concepts in the future, maybe pandemic psychology, you see? Because the situation that we are encountering right now would give rise to so many questions, so many behavioral changes that need to be studied. And that could only be studied by a new branch also of psychology that could be established. This is a very wide subject area, you see? Moving forward, social psychology, this is another thing. Why is it that Facebook is very popular? Why is it that YouTube is very popular? Can you give me an answer? Do you know Facebook? Do you use Facebook? Class? Are you familiar with Facebook? Anybody? Class, I challenge. Anybody here who do have account in Snapchat? Anybody who has account in Facebook? Maybe what else? In Twitter, in Instagram, what else? No? At least you have account. Everybody has an account of this. Why is it? No? Why is it that these platforms are very important? In fact, these platforms made the people who invented them trillionaires, billionaires even, and trillionaires even, no? Like in the case of Zuckerberg. First, we have Bill Gates, no? Who actually created Microsoft. Now we have Zuckerberg, a dropout from Harvard University, but he's one of the richest man, and he's very popular. Are you using Facebook? Anybody? It looks like you do not use Facebook. Ah, you know, some of my class are using Facebook. Some of my students are using Facebook. You know, they don't show their face because of cultural, you know, because of culture. Sometimes they don't show their face. But some of my Arab students are using their hands, no? Maybe their the color of their hands, maybe their cuts. But in other aspects, these are actually very popular. That made people millionaire. In fact, YouTube also are making people millionaires, isn't it? If you are creator of the contents in YouTube, if you have YouTube and you have your channel, you can become millionaire also. You see? A lot of people are becoming millionaire because of YouTube. Why? That is the thing that we have to look into. Why is it that these are actually becoming familiar, becoming, let's say, becoming popular? That is the area of social psychology. In social psychology, you see, every single individual attempts to influence one another. I believe, okay, so maybe some of you are not using Facebook, but everybody of you do have televisions at home, isn't it? Why is it that models are also becoming popular? You see, the model of our dress, the model of our every style that we have. No, we are paying them so much money. They are modeling all this style of dress, all these styles, shoes, bags, whatsoever. Why? Because these people would attempt our behavior, would attempt to influence our decision-making process, would attempt to control our behavior. Tell, buy me. When they are wearing, you can actually see, wow, that person appears to be beautiful. I ought to have that particular dress. I ought to have that particular phone. I ought to have that particular bag. See, that is how social behavior is being influenced by one another. Now, that is the ambit, that is the area of social psychology. Social psychology is a branch of psychology that explains how everybody tries to influence one another. That's how we explain it here. Another very important aspect that we actually apply the concept of social psychology is in the department store. You see? In the department store, look at the display. What are you buying first in the department store? We tend to buy materials, things, or merchandise that ought to have bright colors, that ought to appeal to our senses. This display attempt to influence our decision making process. This will actually help us to decide what do we get, what do we have. Our simple preference on computer, our simple preference on soft drinks, on soda, or any drinks, or any food that we want. You see? So this could actually be explained by social psychology, right? Here, it will actually help an individual explain their current behavior based on how they're being influenced by another person. So in social psychology, we have to look into this, how we influence one another. We influence other people are influenced by us. Whether you like it or not, you are also an influence to another people. That's why I mentioned to you earlier, in social media, there is what we call a social influencer, you know, because these are the people who are actually influencing in the social media, whether you like it or not, whether maybe you may know or you may not know. There are people who admire you, and there are people who copy you, and there are people being influenced by you, no matter what. So that is actually the meaning of being an influence to another person, to other people. That is the area of social psychology. I give you an explanation. Why is it that your brother or sister idolize you so much? Because they find something admirable in your behavior and they like you for that. They copy you for that. So once that they copy you, once that they admire you, you are being influenced. You are influencing them in a way. And on the other hand, you admire other people. So these other people influence you, influence your behavior. So you behave in accordance with how they behave. You copy them in a way. You copy how they dress, you copy how they speak, you copy how they talk. That is the area of social psychology. And it's very interesting because we can actually use this concept in marketing to become rich in a way, as simple as that. So if you're engaged here in social psychology, this is the sample questions that you may ask. No? How do demands and expectations of authority figures influence our behavior? See, how strong is the human tendency to conform, conformity. Some of you could be different, isn't it? How strong is your urge to be different, or how strong is your urge to be conforming with others? There are people who actually think that they are left out already. So what do? We try to adapt. In this process of adapting, we lost our personality, and that is actually very difficult also. That's the problem that we have in social psychology. We have to answer that question also. Just like, for instance, you're a class of 60, one or two or three are different because you are not, your behavior, your personality does not jive with the personality of the group. What do? You are eaten by them, or you are going to be cast out by them. So the circle will be closed so that you will be left outside. We have to look into that also. That is the area of social psychology. What went wrong while you are left outside? You see? So anyway, as we go on, as we learn psychology, we are going to look into the influences of single individual to the group, or how a group will influence a single individual as we go on. So, so as we progress in our areas of study. Moving forward, any questions so far? Do you understand? Hello? Do I
Yes,
still
sir.
understand? Okay, very good. Now, this is actually the problem from time to time I have to ask, This is my attitude. In the classroom, I always move around. And I really would like to engage the students. I really would like to ask questions from the students. I would like to be I would be very happy if the students would answer. You see? Because I do not want to talk all the time. This is actually the main differences that I found, in the classroom. It's easier to teach in the classroom than here. Because you could always see, as a psychologist, I could always see how the person thinks by looking at their face, at their faces. That's why I always look into the class. I always wander into the class. No, when I teach, I will always walk in front, going at the back, looking into the behavior of my students. That's why from the beginning I asked you if you would actually open your camera, because I would like to see you also. That is applying the concept of social psychology. You see. Because whether I like it or not, you influence me also. Look at this. If I found a class who are extremely good, what would I do as a teacher? You see, I would be very extra careful. I would like to prepare by all means. And I would like to be ready, whatever eventualities that would arise in the classroom. See? So you influence me. You influence your teachers also. Just like I am influencing you in a way. That's how we influence one another. That's the application of social psychology in the classroom. Moving forward, now, another very important aspect of research in psychology is the cross-cultural psychology. Now, we're very lucky that in this university, there are so many nationalities, that there is a mix-up of culture. We belong to different culture. That's good. And with these differences, we have a unifying influences. With these differences, we have unity. Who is that? No? So we're very lucky. Normally, in social psychology, if you do not belong to the group, you just cast out. You are just cast out. You just actually removed from the group. But somehow, in a group that is comprising of so many different kind of people, we need to function as one. This is the new and growing area of psychology that we have to look at, no? Because the word is the same, but the convergence of so many people in one area is actually happening right now, especially in the United Arab Emirates, the country where we are staying right now. Imagine, if you're going to look at United Arab Emirates, this is a country that belongs to so many people. The locals are overwhelmed by non-locals. Huh? You know why? Because if you look at the population, there may be around 11 or 12 million people who are in United Arab Emirates. And these 12 million people or 11 million, there are only 3 million locals. That means to say, these are Emiratis. So the difference is from 11 to 3, the difference is 8 million. These 8 million belong to different countries, different nationalities, different cultural influences. Now, what wonder is actually happening here? It's becoming wonderful, no? United Arab Emirates is the area of multiple nationalities. It's a country with multiple nationalities. We are living peacefully. You see? Normally, if two people of two different culture will stay in one area, they quarrel. But in United Arab Emirates, there are hundreds of nationalities. We live in similar country, yet we are unified as one. In our university, how many nationalities of teachers do we have? And how many nationalities of students do we have? Yet we are living in unity. That's the wonder of cross-cultural psychology. What makes these different people tick? No? So this is the area of cultural psychology where they compare the behaviors of people from different cultures. And we have to adapt by all means. The process of adapting is actually necessary in order to survive. That is, as Maria mentioned and as Lakma mentioned, that is human nature. If we want to survive, we have to adjust. You know? Are you familiar with the theory of evolution by Charles Darwin? Hmm? So Charles Darwin wrote a very important book on the theory of evolution by means of natural selection. That is actually the guiding light for theories of evolution that says only the fit will survive, and those who will not fit will not survive. Now, in cross-cultural psychology, sometimes we are disproving this already. You know why? If we would like to survive, we tend to adjust. No one must be left behind. You see? So we have to understand the culture of one another so that we can actually survive in that particular country. In this case, the United Arab Emirates. How does culture affect taste preferences? You see, when I was young, I'm going to tell you honestly my experiences now, how biased I was looking at the Arab world, you know. When I was young, of course, we have our own preference of food, no? When we eat, dish would be separated from rice. So eat like that. There must be dish on the table. Dish one, dish two, then rice. And when I heard, first time I heard about how people in other countries, like in United Arab Emirates, in Arab Saudi also, would eat. They would they would always feature in television, in books, no? The biryani, you know, the dish and rice would actually combine. You know, my bias. How would people eat that? You see? Because I was young, I could not actually, I could not understand how would the dish be combined in the rice in one setting so that it's mixed. When you're going to eat, rice and dish are already there. When I came here and worked in the United Arab Emirates, I came to know about the thing that I was laughing when I was a kid. No, it's called biryani. You see, and I tend to love it. See, that's how biryani is. because in biryani, chicken or any other dish is combined with rice so that we eat as one. See? Now that's how we adjust. All right? Another very basic example, no? When I was teaching in the Philippines also, you see, you could go to the university, teach you class with your pajamas, literally, no? So we could actually go to the university in shorts and in simple dress, no? We can actually be allowed to go without long pants. Shirt will be okay already. But when you come to the when you come to other country, United Arab Emirates, you have to adapt the culture. You see? So that is the thing. You have to compare the behavior of people from one culture to another, so that wherever you are going to stay, whatever culture you are actually belonging to at this moment, you can adjust and you must adjust in order not to be left behind. So that's the thing. So going back to the question, how does culture affect the taste preference? You have to adjust now, you see? And people, if you're going to stay, maybe locals here, if you're going to live in the Philippines or live in Thailand, you have to adapt the culture of Thailand. That's the thing. Which cultures place more emphasis on group interest and how does that affect behavior? So we have to look into only one thing, how an individual adjusts. See, that's the meaning of cross-cultural psychology. Here, the emphasis will be adjustment, the emphasis will be respect of one culture, and this is a growing discipline in psychology. You could do your research here. The best way to do your research is actually in United Arab Emirates because there are so many people who are living here from different nationalities belonging to different culture. You see? Any questions so far? In your class, how many nationalities do we have? 10? 20? No? Do you have Indians? Class? Do you have Indians in your class now?
No Indians.
No, we
There is
don't.
students from Pakistan, Syria,
Syria, okay.
Palestine, and United Arab Emirates.
You know, last year I was actually excited, because I saw a Filipino with you. But where is she now? She dropped
She
She
went
out,
went
right?
to
to her country
Philippines.
again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
she
went
went to
back.
my country. Yeah, I was excited because at least I have someone similar to my culture. You see, this is the connection that I really would like to emphasize when you are actually going to engage in cross-cultural psychology. You see, so you have to adapt. So I'm very happy that there are so many cultures different from one another, yet you can actually be united as one in your class. That's one. All right, moving forward. So any question about the areas of psychology? No? Any questions so far?
No questions.
No question. Now, let's proceed with our with new topic, psychology. Then we have to compare. Now, obviously, there is already a big jump in psychology, right? In fact, other psychologists are actually winning the Nobel Prize already, in other areas. Although there is no such prize that's actually, let's say, dedicated for psychology, but there is other subjects that actually would be invaded by psychologists. You see, like in the case of economics, the first psychologist who won a Nobel Prize is a colleague of mine in 2004 in economics, no? When he tried to explain behavioral economics, the way we decide, you see, decision-making process is psychological concepts that could actually be applied in many areas, right? So it's very wonderful that people are actually winning left and right in terms of world stage, no? In terms of prizes that are actually being given in the world stage, like the Nobel Prize. the Nobel Prize, you know, is the most important prize that any academics, any scientists, any writers would actually think about, no? And we have one psychologist already who won that, no? And there are also other people winning, scientists particularly, because specific prizes are actually allocated, like science, medicine, chemistry, physics, no? We have also literature, but no psychology. That's why they were not able to recognize psychology beforehand because the context that we are actually deriving our body of knowledge from was very questionable because it's very difficult, no? The thing that we are studying are intangible. You know the meaning of intangible? The thing that we study are observable, outside observable things that cannot be touched. But eventually we come out with the reality of what psychology is. You see, it became famous, it became familiar right now because other people already try to establish and try to let other science understand what it is. Like for instance, the basic explanation right now. Why are you studying psychology? What are you studying in psychology? You see, you study things that are not seen. But no, we actually debunk that idea. Now we study, yes, we accept the fact that we study that is not that the things that are not seen, but we study things associated with things that are not seen. So that's the reason why when we are going to look at the definition of psychology, psychology is the science that deals with the study of human behavior. You see, human behavior. Human behavior are things that can be observed from among individual. We have to look into how an individual behaves, how an individual reacts to a situation. Now, in that case, if we're going to observe human behavior, we're going to see what is in the soul, what is in the mind of an individual, somehow looking into that, somehow peeking into that. You see? You get my point. Somehow reading into the soul, sometimes reading into the mind of an individual by looking at how individual behave. Because in psychology, we believe that what you think is translated in how you behave. In how you behave are human actions that we see day to day. You get the point? We understand an individual by looking at your behavior. That's the reason why I told you earlier that I love teaching the class. I love to move around in the class because I observe your faces, I observe your actions, I observe your reactions. So that based from this observation, I will adjust. Is it? So things like that. So psychology is immensely improved up to this point. No? In all cultures and throughout history, people wonder about the nature of human thought. Sometimes very difficult. Other people would always say psychologists are not really scientists because they are reading minds. Can we read mind? Definitely not. We observe mind? Definitely not. Can we observe the soul? Definitely not. But we can observe human behavior through looking into actions. Can we look into, you see, another very important thing that we are looking into in psychology is human experience. The moment we are going to look at your personality right now, we would always, we would always derive or deduce what kind of experiences that you have in the past. Like for instance, if I encounter a person who is very respectful, who is very loving, right? And who can easily tell, I love you, most probably in the past, this person is not very stingy in saying, I love you. The parents could actually say, I love you all the time. Let me ask you a question, class, no? Try to be very honest with me. When was the last time your parent said I love you to you? And when was the last time your parents, you said I love you to your parents? Can you recall? It's a challenge, no? It doesn't mean to say that when you're adult, you don't say I love you. When was the last time? Anybody? Who's
It
Rahma?
was a long time ago. A very long time ago.
You see, Rahma,
Yesterday.
very good Asma. Rahma is, you get my point? Sometimes
Yeah.
all our reactions at home could be transactional. You see, I can see we can interpret human behavior based looking at their experiences. We can always deduce their experiences in the past by looking at their experiences in the present. Sometimes it's very difficult to say I love you because your parents did not say so. You're very stingy with it, and you do not say so. That's why I came to, I always exercise this in the family every single day. Even though my son in the Philippines is very far away, I always say, I love you, son. See? So that I believe when I say so, my son can always transfer this experience into a behavioral aspect where this son may be a loving person also. See? You get the
Doctor,
point?
I think this thing like depends on the culture. Like to my mom and my dad, it's like so weird to say to their kids that they love them and stuff. So maybe by their actions they can show us that. It's not by
Yeah,
words.
but Ratma, let me ask you. You ask your parents, no? Ratma,
Yes.
ask your parents, mom, dad, ask your parents, no? When was that?
Yes.
I know Ratma because three of your siblings were my students. Now,
Yeah.
Muhammad, what's that one?
Ibrahim.
Ibrahim, yeah.
Yeah.
I know them, no? You
Yeah.
ask them, you
Yeah.
ask, no?
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
was you see, were your parents stingy in saying I love? I bet when you're going to say I love you to them right now, they will be surprised.
Yes.
Just because most probably when they were younger also, I love you is not said very common in the family. That's the reason why when they hear I love you right now, it seems to be something like awkward, no? Asma mentioned otherwise, no? Asma said, I love you, you see, to the parents. No, it has something to do with how you behave,
Mhm.
how you react. Because, or else, the moment you do not practice that, becomes awkward. That is the thing that we are looking into psychology. You see, your human experience. You see, if yeah, if parents are forgiving now, for instance, you can easily be forgiven by your parents. Chances are you can easily forgive other people also, isn't it?
Yes.
So this is how your human experience relate to your present behavior now. So this is exactly what we have to look into. And psychology provide you with so much experience and knowledge like that. So psychology is totally improved in all aspects, So we have to look into human thoughts, human actions, and human experience. There goes saying like this, no? Tell me who your parents are, and I will tell you who you are. You're familiar with that? Tell me who your parents are, and I will tell who you are. Another one, tell me who your parents are, and I will tell you who you are. You see? All this group of people would actually influence your human thoughts, your actions, and at the same time, your human experiences. You see? So this is how we actually help people looking into experiences. How do we know that? There are so many techniques that we are actually using by asking the patient to regress. How do the patients regress? The regression is very difficult to do. We can only do that in one thing by applying hypnotherapy. You see, we are going to look into the unconscious of an individual so that that individual can actually be at peace with their painful experiences in the past. Okay? I'm moving
Excuse me,
forward.
doctor. I have a
Yes.
question.
Yes.
So basically, like for example, with your family, you like you know your family, you know your friends. So in a situation, you can actually for example, when one of my friends want to do something, I can actually like think about what she's gonna do. So it's like, and then she exactly do the same thing, and that's isn't that like reading the mind? So for example, if someone says something, I know what she's thinking inside of her. That's not reading mind.
Yeah, it's predicting human behavior. You cannot read, but you can predict by knowing the previous experiences. You get the point? There is a big difference. There is a big difference between reading the mind and predicting the human behavior. This is exactly what makes psychology a bad science before. Because they would always say, if you are a psychologist, you read the mind. A lot of people I encountered will say, do you read my mind? Of course, I will not read your mind, but I can predict your behavior by knowing your experiences. Just like what I mentioned a while ago, you could always predict what could be the next behavior or next move or next action of that particular person by looking into the history of that person. This is also especially good with other people in the justice system, in the criminal justice system, isn't it? They really would like, investigators would like to go ahead, one step ahead of every criminal. You see? That's the reason why in all justice system, in all law enforcement agencies, they utilize psychologists because psychologists would easily profile people. When you're going to profile people, you could always look into the experiences, the background. There's what we call background check, so that you could behave, you could actually predict their future behavior, how they are going to act in the future. So in that way, you can always prevent them from committing crime. This is what we do. This is how we do. Now, for a normal psychologist, who could predict the human behavior? Now, what do? We are going to conduct counseling so that instead of allowing the patient to do what she needs to do, if that's bad for him, then we can always prevent what will happen in the future that could be disastrous to that particular person. That's exactly what we are doing in psychology. So psychology is improving. The area of knowledge that we have is actually a little bit vast now. No, there are so many researches that are being conducted in animals and in man, in human beings, and it only points into one thing: the improvement of psychology as a science. That's the reason why if you're going to look at psychology as science, it comes with a bad history, but it looks like there is a very beautiful future, no, in the end, right? Like for instance, uh, how do we know? Let's say there are so many psychologists who contributed a lot, like in the case of William James. See, in the case of John Watson, there are so many psychologists also who became good writers, who influenced a lot of psychological thoughts that we are using right now, including in education. In education, we have so many influential psychologists like Edward Titchener. I will teach you about that when we tackle schools of thought. No, so basically, psychology is becoming a very wide, respectable, and acceptable science. No? The great writers, for instance, of every civilization are widely read because they provide us with compelling descriptions and make profound observations of human behavior. See, I believe you are reading also stories, novels, no? Only few I believe right now because they prepare Netflix. Huh? If you're believing in every story that you are actually engaged in, you will always encounter the hero or the heroine with specific attitude, with specific behavior. Great writers would actually portray those things. Like in the case of Daniel Defoe. Are you familiar with the work of Daniel Defoe? Yeah? You're not familiar with that? Okay. The man who is stranded in an island when the ship actually encountered an accident, and he was able to survive for a long time in the forest. He was able to escape. He was able to escape the attacks of cannibals. He was able to survive in a way. His language also was preserved because he was talking to animals, no? Something like that, no? Every single heroes or heroine in every story or novel or writers would always portray exceptional human behaviors as such. Okay? That's the reason why we owe a lot from these writers. William James Moore, one, no? Such. So these are some of the root of psychology that we know of. Starting with the schools of thought already, we have 10 more minutes. Now, in the area of psychology, of course, we will consider a person who is considered as the founding father of psychology. We have William Bond. You see, if we're going to look at the history of psychology, those who founded psychology are not even psychologists. Like, for instance, Sigmund Freud is not a psychologist. Sigmund Freud is a psychiatrist. William Bond is not a psychologist. He is a physician, you see? William Bond is a physician who did his research on how our senses function and work. And William Bond established the first psychology laboratory in Leipzig, Germany in 1879. You see, the work of William Bond gave rise to one area of psychology which we call the study of our sensation and perception. Sensation and perception give rise to other psychology, which is founded by Fritz Perls, which we call Gestalt psychology. You see, look at the connection, right? William Bond is not even a psychologist, he is a physician who studied the workings and functioning of the five senses. Okay? The first laboratory was established in 1879 in Leipzig, Germany. No? So although other psychology experiments have been done, this was the first laboratory devoted exclusively to psychological research, the connection of the senses to human mind. Okay? So that's how it goes. That's the reason why we credit William Bond as the father of psychology. Okay? It's not Sigmund Freud, but it's William Bond. Because he's the one who institutionalized the scientific study of psychological problems by establishing the first laboratory in 1879 in Leipzig, Germany. Right? Moving forward, we have Edward Titchener. No? You see, another student, a bright mind produced another bright mind. Edward Titchener was a student of William Bond. Sometimes you agree with your professors, you agree with your, this is how it works. This is how things are developed in psychology. Sometimes students disagree with the professors, disagree with the teachers, and they come out with entirely new field, new science. And that's very good in psychology. Psychology was developed and improved because of that. No? Edward Titchener was a student of William Bond. No? Edward Titchener, of course, went to the United States because opportunity was there. And Edward Titchener was attributed in the development of structuralism. You know, during that time already, they were trying and they were attempting to explain the connection between human mind and the brain. As I mentioned to you, the philosophical issues that we try to answer in psychology, the mind-brain problem, the monism, dualism. You're familiar with that, right? The nature-nurture controversies, you see? They are trying to explain how, or the connection of mind with the brain, how people think, I mean, how an individual thinks. the researcher describes the structures in this case. In structuralism, which was founded by Edward Titchener in 1892, would explain human mind by looking into the structures that compose the mind. That's the reason why he mentioned about structuralism, because he simplified human thoughts by merely by compartmentalizing it. No, there must be some area that will actually be engaged in producing sensations. There must be some area that could actually produce or that could interpret feelings and thoughts. Remember, Edward Titchener was a student of William Bond, and they studied together senses. That's why Edward Titchener attributed sensation. Okay? Then, of course, he expounded into feelings and thought. And he actually thought about it. You see, the very basic example of structuralism is the idea that we know of today, that the left brain is the one that controls our rational mind, and the right brain is the one that controls our thoughts, our emotional thoughts. See? That's compartmentalizing the area of the brain where a specific reaction, specific mind can actually be produced. That's how structuralism works. So he was credited with that particular idea, structuralism. Right? Any questions so far, class?
No.
No question. I think I am going to end my class today. I will check your attendance eventually. Please try to read. Next meeting, we continue with functionalism, the different schools of thought in psychology. All right. So I believe one or two more meetings will finish chapter 1. Then we'll proceed with human development. Very interesting topic for nurses like you, for student nurses like you. No? All right. I will check the attendance now. Mohanad, okay. I think we don't have time anymore since this is recorded, so that your attendance will be recorded. Will you please try to write present in the message board? Okay? All right. Present. Very good. Write present, send message in the message board so that I may record your attendance. Thank you. Mariam, May, Unud also is there, Katija, Heba. Okay. Thank you so much. Those who those who wrote messages already, me lag out from the portal. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Have a nice day.